second question is, how could he not understand, having been advised by the Pentagon and the intelligence services?
Yes.
Wait, let me ask the question before you answer. How could he not have realized that the choke point on this, the one bargaining chip Iran had, was the Strait of Hormuz, and it comes as a surprise that they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, that with all these naval assets that the United States had in place prior to any military action, they did not take steps to ensure that Iran would not seize and close the Strait of Hormuz. How could he not have seen that?
Okay, so I'll keep my answers short, but you asked a few complex questions here. So first of all, when it comes to theocracy, as someone who's been talking a lot about, the policies of the Islamic Republic based on their theology and eschatology and how it informs their politics, I have seen that's very difficult for most people to understand. People tend to deny it, shut it down, never cover it up.
Yeah, but the president's got advisors who to explain all this to him. The minute he walks into the Oval Office on day one, the first time he was president of the United States, he's not Joe Blow on the street. There's no conception of it. It's the president of the freaking United States.
I understand that's how you want to see it, but when we saw J.D. Vance, with his own words, he mentioned two of the lobbyists of the Islamic Republic as people that he had considered understanding Iran. Two very well-known lobbyists of the Islamic Republic. There's NIAC and the Quincy Institute that are lobbyists of the Islamic Republic in Washington, D.C. So first of all, their job is to dull the edge of the American sword vis-a-vis the regime and say, look, the compromise and discussion is the better way to go. There's people in the regime that are not so radical, et cetera, et cetera. So first of all, there was the fact that, there's a multitude of voices speaking. Second, even the voice that explains to him theocracy, and he hears it, and let's say he gets it, he functions within a Western world order that ties his hands to completely reason politically from that point of view to the American people, to other world leaders, and to completely function from that point of view. This idea of secular materialism has so defined our structure that it ties our hands. Even when we get somebody, we can't act as though we get them because our system kind of, holds us back. So he's a little bit, constrained about with the way the system he works in. He gets different types of advice. I'm not sure that people understand it. I talk to very high-level people, including people that are in government, and the things they say to me about Iran or Qatar is I was talking to a member of parliament here a few weeks ago, and we were in a committee, and he leaned down towards me, and he said, so let me get this straight. The Muslim Brotherhood, do they have like a CEO? Is there like a building? And I didn't know what to say.
Are you kidding me?
No, this is where we are, because he's the guy who got a job. He's not like a...
No, we are not. I know what door you're coming in. Stop it. You are praising President United States. You're giving him the credit he does not deserve, mister. In this situation, we lost, and that's the bottom line is. Don't make this kind. I know where you're coming from.
I know what you're saying.
Wait a minute. I know where the hell you're coming from. One more extra word. You praise this thing. I'm gonna knock you out of this room.
I don't know what you're saying, sir.
Your game is not working in here.
I have no idea.
Your game does not work in here. Hear me out.
So,
If you don't understand, shut the hell up. Go down.
okay. So
Jesus Christ.
for your final question about the Strait of Hormuz. So to secure the Strait of Hormuz,
Right.
what was needed?
What we did is right. What we did answers this question. What United States did is right. But it's the benefit of Iran, as you say.
I don't know what you're saying.
You're not getting me anything. Why don't you understand?
regime, sir.
No,
I have
you're
no idea
not.
what you're saying.
No, you're not. You are many people like you telling us you are the supporter people and against this regime, but your action different. You come in.
I don't know. You don't know me. I don't appreciate the things you're telling me.
No, I don't need to know you. I understand.
You do need to know me. You do
I
need to know
listen to
me.
you long enough. I listen to you long enough.
The American
Don't
public
insult my intelligence, mister.
You're being slanderous, sir. The American public could not, accept the fact that America might enter into another war. So the Strait of Hormuz cannot be secured through naval or air alone. What they have, it's very mountainous. The port of Bandar Abbas, they have put guns everywhere, and you have to literally go with Marines to
So
secure.
there's no way that they could have seen through satellite imagery the laying of the mines, and there was no way they could have interdicted and stopped the laying of the mines without Marines on the ground.
So the mines, in order to remove the mines, they would have had to bring.
No, I didn't say removing the mines.
Yeah.
I said the laying of the mines. Was this a surprise?
It's the Strait of Hormuz. The American public didn't have the stomach for the kind of military action that was required.
I have to vehemently disagree with that, and you're obfuscating on the question. The question was, how could he not have predicted that this would be the outcome of what he was doing? How could it have been a surprise to him that they would have done the Strait of Hormuz?
Okay, so the first thing he did is that he said to the Lloyd's shipping company, which insures all the oil tankers, that withdrew their insurance right away and from the oil tankers and said, because the Strait of Hormuz has been, closed by the IRGC, we're not going to insure these ships. So he came in and said, fine, the United States will insure the insurance company.
Right. Does that answer my question? You're talking about what he did after it became a fait accompli. My question to you is, how is it possible that this president, who you say is operating strategically, and you discussed the manner in which he was operating strategically, could not have predicted that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed?
Right. Well, I don't have the answer obviously to that question, and also why didn't the Pentagon, war game it beforehand?
Why do you ask that question? How do you know the Pentagon didn't war game it? He's the commander in chief. He has to tell them what to do, what not to do. I think I have a little bit. I know that it was a little bit of a crass challenge to you by Alan, but I have to show some sympathy to the position that Alan is articulating here.
And what is that position?
You're obfuscating on the question. Well, you're obfuscating on the question, and I'm not going to ascribe reasons, but you're obviously extremely knowledgeable, may I even suggest an expert in what's going on with regard to this particular situation in this region, and yet you can't answer the question directly.
Because the question requires for me to have knowledge that I have no access to. How can I possibly
You have access to understanding why he did all the other things that you complimented?
With the passage of time, you can analyze policy. His policy has been consistent from before the war.
It's been reported, and you know it's been reported because you follow this very closely by reputable sources. That the Pentagon and the CIA and the DIA and probably the Mossad, if not directly, at least indirectly, told the president, warned the president, that the first thing that Iran would do is secure the Strait of Hormuz and stop shipping. If that had been prevented, he wouldn't have all this objection to the war, because you know, as well as I know, in the aggregate, there haven't been that many casualties, thank God. The reason they can't stomach it is because they can't stomach the Karens that we all are, the price of fuel at the pump. So that could have been obviated in advance had they secured control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so I will ask you one final time, How could he not have seen that when his advisors have told him that that's exactly what the counter move would be by Iran?
Okay, so I can only answer you in this way. After the Strait of Hormuz was compromised, I attended a lot of meetings by military people explaining to me how can they open the Strait of Hormuz back up again.
Right. And again, you're out of this. So we're going to move on. I didn't ask you how can we reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I've been clear, I think, 4 times, I believe, in asking the question, if it's so strategic what he was doing, as you suggest, and that's a fair argument to be made, how could he not have anticipated that this would be the logical outcome of the move? And he didn't answer that. And I think I have to kind of understand Alan's point of view. There's got to be a reason why somebody who's knowledgeable on this issue can't answer the question directly. Just answer the question directly. I know it's not a question whether I agree or disagree with your answer. I'm trying to understand that question, and I think you're in a position to explain it to us, but you're not. And so I become questioning as well of your motivation. Why don't you explain this to people? When it's asked directly, I don't get it. But maybe you're thinking about running for office because none of those guys answer their questions asked directly either. Murad, followed by Emil.
Well, Gary, let's get to the point. Gary, that's a good question. Is the ceasefire over or not? From the first moment the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding was signed, my compatriots abroad were beating the drums of despair, but I still counted on Trump and his thinking team, because Trump himself considers the Islamic Republic an existential threat to the United States. We can clearly see that they are seeking revenge and Trump's blood, and they're shouting this at the funeral of their bloodthirsty leader and planning for it. From the beginning of the war, I believe that this is a step-by-step war, and that the terrorist nature of IRGC would not tolerate any agreement. And if you see that the Strait of Hormuz has become so challenging, it is not because the U.S. Navy does not have the power to open it, but because the time for the direct intervention of the Abraham Lincoln and Gerald Ford, for example, has not yet come. From now, I regret to announce that I see the hard oil island as lost, and I foresee difficult and terrible days for my compatriots, including internet outages, as well as water and electricity outages, and unbridled inflation. But this is the price we must pay for freedom, Gary. Back to you.
Now there was a direct analysis. Thank you, Murad. Amir, followed by David.
Hi, Gary, Alex, Scott, everyone. Right. Okay, so I think Trump miscalculated at the start of the 40-day war. I mean, that's the first thing that I'm saying. They thought, both Trump and Netanyahu, so that if they get rid of the top layer with a few IRGC commanders, then it's going to hold, the whole thing's going to fall apart. But what we saw was the sort of matrix management of not just the governance, but also in terms of the military, which managed to effectively hold its own and make the war into a 39-day war. But I think the objective of Trump hasn't changed. I actually agree with some of the stuff that Ali said. And his objective is still surrender Iran to accept the peace agreement. on Trump's terms. And now it didn't work at the outset. It didn't work after the 40-day war. I think he's going to buy his time, until the midterms are over. I mean, there may be some fireworks tonight and the days after, but the main objective is still surrender. I mean, it's a bit like the World War II. You don't kill everybody, you kill most people, but you leave a few generals to sign the agreement. And I think that's what he's done with the likes of Bolibov and Pezeshkian and so on. But as I said before, regarding the agreement, with regards to the question, it was bound to fail. I mean, the first clause was a non-starter, especially when Iran doesn't have to stop supporting Hezbollah, but Israel and just stop firing to Lebanon. I mean, that's just for the birds, Gary.
But an MOU is not a deal, though. That's like an agenda. Like you set up for business.
I don't understand how people don't understand basic English, that we speak one at a time and we do not interrupt one another on the stage and we wait for our turn, and being told that if you interrupt again you'll be removed from the stage. It can come as no surprise that you just were. Go ahead, Amir.
So, I mean, on the other hand, I think Israel's agenda is quite clear too. Hezbollah must be disarmed, which I think is well on its way, with coordination with Lebanese army and the backing of US. Hamas has now effectively relinquished its hold on Gaza in terms of the governance and handing the governance over. But going back to those are important factors, because you need to deal with the proxies good and proper before you actually and the Iraqi proxies, as Ali mentioned, about the seizing of the funds and so on. So you have to deal with these proxies before you actually concentrate on Iran itself, in order to come to some sort of agreement, which effectively means surrender, which effectively means the end of Islamic Republic, basically. But in the way that Trump sort of has figured it in his head, I think he's well aware of the nature of the beast, as it were. He knows, how radical these guys are. I'm sure his advisors will have told him. But he doesn't want to destroy the country. He doesn't want 30 million people on the go, in terms of leaving the country. I mean, if he starts hitting the infrastructure like the power plants and so on, if he can't pump water to the second floor of your apartment, then it's going to happen what happened in Syria. 1/3 of the population effectively walked out of the country. So he's quite correctly, in my view, is trying to avoid that. But going back to the agreement, I think the agreement is a non-starter. It's actually similar to the Minsk agreement, Gary, between Russia and Ukraine, and that, and this one is bound to sort of go the same kind of defunct way. If you remember, it failed because inherently they had conflicting interpretation of the agreement, and they were fundamentally incompatible goals, between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine viewed the deal as a way to sort of restore its sovereignty, but Russia viewed it as a mechanism to exert control over Ukraine. It's a similar thing here. I mean, Iran is buying time. Iran is actually hoping to kick US out of Middle East. That is the objective. That is why they're pushing every time. And if they actually think that goal is achievable, believe it or not. I mean, it's a crazy thought, because if they achieve that, then you can forget US as being a superpower and Iran will definitely become a regional power and be able to impose its will on just about everybody, not just the Strait of Hormuz. It will, and the war with Israel will definitely be on the horizon. And I'm talking about the major war in which Israel could easily use nukes, and this is how serious it would be. But on the again, back on the, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. If I'm talking too much, let me know, Gary. Maybe I just end it here, and maybe I'll just say a few words later.
Sure. Thank you for that, Amir. Folks, I want to just make a personal plug before we go on any further. A very heartful piece in my Substack because somebody, and it was the last person in the world that I would ever expect this from, said there's got to be a reason why people hate the Jews. Said that right to my face. And I answered this person in a Substack piece that I wrote just before we went to air here. So if you go back up to the main chat, you will see, if you scroll back a little bit, a link that I put in about half an hour before we started. I think I put that link in about, well, just before we started, maybe even about within the hour before we started our discussion here. And I appreciate it if you would read it. It's very short. Geez, I appreciate it. More people would subscribe to my Substack. It's a free subscription. It's obviously an issue that's very personal to me, but the interaction, I think, is reflective of an influence that's being perpetrated on a lot of people. And I may be wrong in my observation, and I love your collective feedback to that. So take a look at it if you would, please. I appreciate it. Thank you, Amir. We'll go to David, followed by Agent.
Okay, sorry, Gary. Yeah, very spirited debate today. I appreciate a lot of the comments, a lot of the analysis and insights. Yeah, Gary, it just was reported today that Iran has threatened to destroy or go after oil installations if the United States continues its bombing. Recall in 1991 when Saddam Hussein set 500 oil fires aflame in Kuwait and created what many argued environmental disaster along the lines of Chernobyl and the gas fiasco in Bhopal, India, setting the air, the water tables, the whole region in a horrific response to his massive loss there. So, this is a big fear. And not only that, Gary, the Gulf states are reliant on desalination water. 90% of their potable water is derived from these critical infrastructures, and they only have, I believe, a 2-day supply if, in fact, those get attacked. And this would force the region into a massive humanitarian crisis. So Iran holds these cards through extortion, by any means necessary to retain their leverage over these negotiations, over what they perceive as their winning hand, if you will. And Trump continues to bluster into these realities, not fully taking stock as to how serious this all is. And of course, he's trying to be cagey with the midterms. He's trying to talk Americans off the fear that we're going to see oil prices spike. They were coming down. We saw oil trend downward. Now they're trending upward again. So Gary, this is this gamemanship has been, many have argued that they want to take us back to 7th century Islam, which is the early beginnings of this 2 billion plus religious organization. So I don't think cards, Gary, going forward. I think Netanyahu overplayed his hand, and in his zeal to protect Israel, and obviously to give Trump some sort of vaunted station in the history and the annals of American victory over this, he took the bait and went for it. His Joint Chiefs of Staff had warned him, as previous administrations have been advised, that this is, to quote Colin Powell back in Gulf War I, if you if you destroy it, if you break it, you own it. And so, sorry, I had to get rid of that call. And so I think holding us hostage as a nation is really what's happening here. Who can withstand the pain longest? And I think the Iranian regime is prepared. We don't even know who's running the show right now. We know that the son of the deceased leader is now in charge supposedly, but many have argued that his military is running the show. So it's hard to know who's negotiating. There was a groundswell of support for the deceased Ayatollah in the streets of Tehran and elsewhere. Many have argued that it was a combination of sympathies with regard to religious fealty, to rallying behind the flag, to outright support for the guy. And of course, there were probably millions more that were anti-regime and afraid to come out and obviously stayed at home. So a lot to consider in going forward. And Gary, we're at the mercy of a president who doesn't articulate his message as well. On the one hand, he's calling them scum. Previously, during negotiations, he was calling them smart people, smart negotiators. We saw how he went to the NATO summit in Turkey and called out our allies with some level of massive level of disrespect. And then, of course, he wrapped it all up in a bow and said, things are great. So apparently the NATO alliance is holding, irrespective of the rhetoric that's coming out of his mouth. But, he's leaving us in a lurch, Gary. He's really leaving us second-guessing. And I'm sure the powers that be, the oil companies, the insurance companies, everybody's on a speed dial into Trump. I'm sure they're getting information that isn't necessarily readily available to the average American. But Gary, I want to just say that your commentary is absent the realities of what really has to happen here. I think the nations around the world, as smart as they are, having their own levels of, particularly our NATO life, having their own level of cadre of specialists and diplomats and experts in the field of geopolitics, understand the cost, the heavy burden that has to be lifted to take out the regime. And we're sort of dancing around the fact that young men, young women are going to have to risk their lives to try to attempt to take this regime out. And that's not something I don't think President Trump is prepared to do. For that, I respect the man for cautiously navigating these dangerous waters with regard to the lives of our men and women. And at some point, we may have to pull the trigger on that front. But unless the rest of the world who benefits from cheap oil prices, from stability, are also willing to put men and women on the line, I don't think we go it alone. And I'll end there.
Well, it's hard to get NATO to embrace, or any of our other allies to embrace this action, no matter how serious they believe it ought to be. When you have a president who is consistently attacking NATO, why would they form a coalition of the willing? They wouldn't. Now, one could argue that the president has been very successful through the manner in which he has been broaching the issue of NATO contributions to get them to step up to the plate and not be fully dependent upon the United States for their defense. And they did it pretty damn rapidly, give them credit. And they're doing it now very rapidly. And we saw that at the NATO summit, reflected at the NATO summit with the announcement of the massive purchase of military equipment that these nations didn't have to purchase in the past because they were reliant on the United States to protect them. So there's a success, perhaps, based on that tactic. Well, but a lack of corresponding support for the United States, if your argument is, well, none of these other countries are willing to go and expend blood to ensure the freedom of the world, which is threatened very directly by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, but Gary, keep in mind that Europe has Russia on its doorstep. There's talk that Putin's exploring a possibility of entering into Poland. And so, had we not had this 5-year drawn out World War I type ground bloodbath between Ukraine and Russia, I think NATO would have been more on board with assisting us in this endeavor. But I think they've got bigger fish to fry with Putin talking about coming into Poland.
If the President of the United States when Europe is actually under the first real duress they've had since the Nazis, if the President of the United States, and the United States is supposedly the head of NATO, says, hey, we're going to hang you out to dry, it's up to you to defend yourself, why would they take the time to say in turn, well, we'll help you with regard to Iran? No, they don't mind seeing Trump hanging out to dry the way he is. I'm sure of it. They weren't, he said today, in NATO, I went there and there was a lot of love in the room for the United States. What's he talking about? Maybe for the United States, but clearly not for Donald Trump. Even the Secretary General of NATO said he did not want to go to his own summit in Turkey, and the implication was clearly because Donald Trump would be there, but he did it out of respect for Erdogan. Can you imagine that you're showing more respect for a maniac like Erdogan than you are for the President of the United States? Trying to get our natural, consistent allies in Europe to step up to the plate and show support for the efforts in the Middle East, only if they're forced to do it, which now some of them feel that they have to do a little bit in order to keep oil flowing. So they've committed some minesweepers. Big deal.
Well, yeah, and I just want to, not take the room too far afield, but a great piece on 60 Minutes the other day regarding the rare earth mineral monopoly that China holds over our economy. They control 90% of the world's rare earth mineral production with regard to very sophisticated magnets that go in just about everything from our military to our cars. That they can pull that card very easily, and we're scrambling over here, and we're trying to take out Iran when we have an even bigger threat to the east of us with regard to Taiwan. So I think ultimately we can't battle everybody, but I think one thing is certain. NATO, if NATO falls apart, which has been a wet dream of Putin's for some time now, we are really going to be in a lurch, Gary, as far as trying to hold it alone. And Iran knows this. I think China knows this. And I think Putin knows this. So,
are you suggesting that the president is playing into Putin's hands?
Well, I think he was last year. I think when he decided to meet with him in Alaska, when they shook poor Zelensky down the way they did in the White House, embarrassed him on the national stage, international stage, and kind of left him leaving empty-handed, going back to fight the good fight. I think that was a bad start, his administration, a bad start for Ukraine. And now Trump thought he was backing a winner. He likes to back winners. And now Ukraine is punching above their weight with this asymmetrical warfare. Russia just has too much territory to try to defend, too much infrastructure that's heavily exposed to this. And he sees Ukraine winning. In fact, I think he just signed some sort of executive order with regard to manufacturing Patriot missiles over in Ukraine. So we're making an attempt there. And I think we're feeling more confident to provide our NATO backing in a way that we weren't previously excited about backing under Biden, because of the threat of Putin going nuclear. So I think the winds are changing in the favor of Ukraine here. I think Trump is starting to see that the little guy in the office is holding his own, and we should back him to the extent that we can, and help him achieve some sort of peace agreement or forcing Trump or Putin out of there. So
I just want to say this is getting far afield that the United States fears about Putin began during previous administrations when we sold defensive missiles to Poland. Defensive missiles to Poland, which, as you just pointed out, have a realistic fear of invasion from Russia, and Russia threatened retaliation if we went through with that deal, because they viewed those missiles as a threat to the Russian homeland. So we pulled out of the deal. That was their Cuban Missile Crisis, except it was manufactured. Something to consider. Sometimes, and I'm not a war, I'm not Bolton, by any stretch of the imagination, but sometimes you have to stand up to the bully. That was my future. When my children were kids, and by the way, this went against school policy, and I had a child who was suspended because she followed my advice, not that dictated by the school, and stood up to bullies. And my son previously stood up in another school to bullies against the policy. Sometimes you have to do that. And by the way, when my daughter got suspended, I rewarded her for it. What terrible parenting by me. You rewarded your child for getting suspended from school? We would have to call social services on you. David, followed by Daniel.
I suppose it's me, right?
If your name is David, yes. The other David just finished. Yes.
This one, okay. Thank you for switching me back in your room. Earlier you asked a question from a gentleman that they were avoiding answering or didn't know the answer. That's like avoiding.
He knew the answer, he just obfuscated. He didn't want to answer. He's a very knowledgeable individual. I acknowledge that about him. That's why I asked him the question. But yes, it wasn't that he didn't know, I'm sure.
You might want to repeat the question really quick because I have my own answer just in case.
So I asked him, how was it that the president did not anticipate that the logical response by Iran to the actions by the United States would be to close the Strait of Hormuz?
Okay, my answer is that he was aware of it and there was a cost and benefit, and that was a decision that was made based on that. I explained why. The policy of the United States, the 4 or 5 decades of the sanctions and threats and all that, wasn't dead. It was a self-reinforcing cycle of coercion and resistance. The politics of containment, sanctions, and military pressure weakened Islamic Republic, but it failed to give a result. And the reason was that the Islamic Republic, first of all, when it came to economy, created an economy of resistance instead of economy of development. By that I mean just the basic that the country needs, and that's basically it. And the former leader all the time did sanctions, and there is like 2 economies in the world: the economy of the underground economy where there is drugs, there is weapons, there is human trafficking, there's drug and all that, and just resorted to that. And it's a very successful economy, if you know that. And that's what they did. And also, all the oil that they were still, no matter what, through China, etc., they were selling, even at a discount, but it just comes out of the ground and it's free. And created their own leverage and also the proxies, etc. And the 4 or 5 decades, they didn't get it. It was just a matter of just keeping the status quo or doing something about it. And October 7th, I think, was a turning point that eventually came to think that something needs to be done about it. Obviously, doesn't happen overnight. So, I say that 3 choices. The first one was just status quo that I just mentioned that was just a dead end. The other option was to attack with boots on the ground. That's about 500,000 Americans that today there's no appetite for it. That American kids go on a foreign land, and the results that we've seen in Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., all from Vietnam all the way on, except 1 or 2 cases, it was a disaster. So those 2 were out of the picture, still is, as far as I'm concerned. The third one was exactly what President Trump did to get rid of as much leaders as possible, get rid of as much as possible their nuclear capacity, as well as their defense mechanism. And then hoping, as he said, that the new leadership would get into some MOU and then later agreements. Well, that hasn't happened, and despite promises and hopes, that hasn't happened. So what came to the end of the conclusion? What President Trump kept mentioning and continuing to threaten the leaders is that I will annihilate, that I will get rid of all your infrastructure. And why does he say that? Because the resistance economy needs that infrastructure. So if the leadership, leftover leadership, doesn't come on board, he has 2 choices, and he will continue to do that. Get rid of more leadership levels, it's like peeling an onion, and it's been told, as well as destroying even more of the infrastructure. So the asset that they have, which is the resistance economy, will no longer work. Plus the complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz on them to prevent it ascending to China. And the last benefit is that although the U.S. is even less dependent on the oil, it affected everything, but always notice what President Trump says he kind of controls the market. The Europeans eventually have to do something about it too. So that helps his goal of containing or changing the regime or a number of reasons that you just articulated. That in the long run, it is a positive move in terms of getting to codify this and make it extremely simple, getting all these other nations that are equally or even greater affected by the impediment to get oil to them to step up to the plate. Correct. War is not the first choice, but sometimes it's unavoidable. But it is one kind of war, and that the cost and benefit. There's always a cost and benefit with the war, and that's the path that has been chosen. And if you notice, the MOU was signed at G7 in front of the leaders of the free world. They all laughed. So he did what they were expecting or they were asking for. Yesterday he was at the NATO was done at the neighboring country of Iran, and then this attack was done after Iran attacked 3 ships. And so this is all, I think, is planned. And also everything that Europeans are asking for one way or get a lot of things. It wasn't much that they did. The things that was taken away was being offered back if they behave, but they haven't behaved. So I think it's a calculated move. There is a cost, but there is a benefit after 40 years that they have to do something about.
Do you reckon that, so given your scenario that you articulated, David, do you reckon that he anticipated the domestic squeeze that would be placed upon him as we approach the midterm elections as a result of the Strait of Hormuz being closed?
Yes, I think that Congress was a lost case, and it's about Senate. And what's going to happen with the Senate? Some may leave, but those are the ones who sometimes vote one way or another. But the ones who are going to stay are solid supporters of it. It's not that worried about that. In a way, that election, as far as Trump is concerned, is not an issue that you see. It doesn't mean that concern. It's the presidential election and all that, and what the results will be. It's all cost and benefit.
It's very interesting analysis. I appreciate you participating today because that's an angle I have not heard anybody articulate. So I haven't been able to really consider it until now. Thank you, David. Just before I get to Daniel, I want to say there are folks whose hands have been up. I have not ignored you. I've invited all of you to the stage repeatedly. And either you don't see it or you aren't getting the invite to the stage because it's some kind of a clubhouse issue. And I think that in at least one case, Les actually left the room and came back and tried again, and that didn't seem to work. So I don't understand why several of you are stuck in the audience, not on the stage. I just wanted to make it clear it's not because I have ignored you, because I anticipate some nasty grams from people. Why didn't you bring me up to the stage? And I just want to clarify that it's not my doing. Daniel, followed by Anarique.
Thank you for having a great room, Gary. I had something to say to both Davids, actually. One of them's left, but I just want to say for the record that a cost-benefit analysis, almost sort of, on a deal-making basis, that destroying infrastructure is not a cost-benefit. It's a war crime. That's literally what it is. And I think that it is interesting that this whole Iran episode showed off to the world what I happen to know is already going on because I do business with people in Ukraine, that Ukraine had developed this whole industry of modern warfare that now all the Gulf states are bringing experts in from Ukraine to show them how to defend themselves against Iran. So it's risen since we were talking about Ukraine turning the tide before when the other David was here. I just wanted to support that I think very much even before they started taking back land, Ukraine started turning more than 6 months ago. But as far as what I'd like to say about the idea that there's strategy, I think the idea of the second David, that there's some long-term strategy here, would take a pretty big bet. But the idea that we have to talk about it as a long-term strategy means we recognize that in the short term, it's harming the entire world. That's a fact. In economic measures, human outcome measures, and for what benefit? Like, was there even a selfish benefit to the United States right now out of what has been engaged in? Never mind if you even remove the costs of blood and treasure as well. What has actually been accomplished that you didn't already have with the Obama deal, which took a couple of years and a whole administration, to get to that level, and that had the agreement of a bunch of countries, not just America, let's not forget, where Trump is complaining on the world stage that he has no support because he has no idea what it is to build an international set of relations. Those are a threat to him. He's only interested in the individual authoritarians he can deal with, because he can't apparently, I'm just looking at it objectively, ever seem to create real coalition. So as far as the Iran thing is concerned, I'll just land my plane on this thought, which is including Ukraine, including Russia going into Ukraine, including America trying to take out Iran, which has made it stronger economically and in every way. Since 1900, I'm going to ask you, since 1900, is there any case we can point to where the aggressor has really won anything? I can't find.
I guess one would have to define what is winning, you know?
And what's an aggressor too, right?
Yeah, I guess that was an aggressor too. That's a difficult one to, yeah, I think perhaps you're saying when it comes to wars, that hasn't occurred. I don't know whether that's true or not. I'm not qualified.
I think it is a question all of us can explore, especially with the tools, as to whether there is any truth to this, whether it's exactly what's happened in Iran now, where America, in my observation, in every measure you can measure a value, America's harmed itself in this war with Iran. And clearly a lot of people believe that's true, at least, as well. And so where is the scenario? Obviously, we know what happened in World War II with the aggressor, right? Where has the aggressor won? Maybe the Falkland Islands? The British is about the only thing I can sort of point to. And my point about making this case is that where we win things for our respective countries is where we win in relationships and trade and all of that stuff, which comes after the war. I'll predict this also about Ukraine. Not only is it leading the world right now militarily in ingenuity and technology demand around the world for the hottest product in military history in 1,000 years, but after the war is over, I can tell you myself for an hour about the amount of money that is lined up to go into Ukraine, and some of it already spending money in rebuilding Ukraine, because humanity makes a lot of money rebuilding after the war. When we get past the war is where we make the money. That's what it is.
Thank you, Daniel. Again, I know there are a lot of hands up, and more have come up. Everybody's been invited up to the stage. I don't know what's going on with Clubhouse today. One of the individuals who stopped with her hand up in the audience knows the folks who run this program. So I know we have a direct line of reporting this technical glitch to the powers that be, who of course want us to all enjoy the program. I'm not knocking them at all. So they have an incentive to resolve this problem. Now it's S-A-A-M, so I can't say Sam. I guess it's Same. Am I saying your name right? Same followed by Mary Lou.
It's actually Sam, but we can call it
Sam. I should have known that. God, no. I like calling people by their names accurately. Sam, you
appreciate it. I just want to share really quick about what the previous speaker was talking about, how this deal is going to be like what Obama, the deal with Obama. You can even compare the two. Number one, the military of IRGC has weakened more than ever before. Finally, after 47 years, somebody, instead of sending them planes of cash, stood the ground and fought them for once, for a change. Anyways, so that's number one. And I think he's done so far. And this is not done yet. And you said ceasefire, the actually title of the room. It's a memorandum of understanding which they broke. IRGC did. They're the one who started this, right? And that cancels it. No obligations whatsoever. So I think the war is back. So we don't know what's going to happen yet. back to normal. If he doesn't finish, even if he doesn't finish it up to this point, IRGC has been weakened than any time in the past 47 years, more than any time. This is the house destroyed, or they make deals with Hezbollah and the whole Israel situation. So they're gone weakened, and that's all I'm going to say. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And we'll go to Amir.
I actually came up with this idea that he wouldn't accept the invitation. But now that I'll just say just a couple of words about MOU. You've had this old story about the guy in Kentucky who sells his horse for $100. You may have. And they go to him and they say, well, why did you sell your horse for $100? And he says, well, my horse was lame, it was worthless. So they go to the buyer and they say to him, hey, you poor buyer, you bought a lame horse. And the guy says, actually, the horse is fine. He has a nail in his leg when I remove the lane. It'll be just fine. So they go back to the seller and say, you idiot, you sold the horse. This horse is fine. It's limping because of the nail in his foot. And the guy says, actually, the horse is lame. I put a nail in his foot so that the buyer would think it's limping because of the nail. So they go back to the buyer and they say, you've been happy. The horse is actually lame. The dude put a nail in his foot to fool you. And the buyer says, well, my $100 bill was fake anyway. So that's the moral of the story, if you ask me, for this signed MOU between US and Iran.
Well, the president, before the United States attacked Iran, following the attack on the shipping, the president called the ceasefire a waste of time. I mean, how are we supposed to judge what the hell is going on? And you're probably right. Everybody is holding counterfeit bills in their hands. And it's all one flim-flam artist dealing with another flim-flam artist. And who suffers? Okay, Gary expresses his frustration in the critical thinking forum, but that's not real suffering. The people who are suffering through all this are the people of Iran primarily and the people of Israel. They're suffering as a result of this inconsistency, this whirlwind. I don't have opportunity right now, for obvious reasons, to talk to anybody in Iran. I actually, as Alan can attest, there was a time when I had direct communications with people in Iran. I cannot reinstate them now. I have some indirect information that I'm getting, but not direct. But I am getting a lot of direct information from the people of Israel. This is taking a psychological toll on the people of Israel, all of this. They have no idea where they stand. I think the people of Iran and the people of Israel both were, in general, very happy when the United States, thanks to President Trump, took decisive action with regard to this terroristic regime in Iran. There was a unification there of the populaces. It was in proper, is it populaces or is it populi when you talk about two populaces? I don't know, but you get what I'm saying. There was a unification.
There was a time that this would be happening. Now, if it had happened sooner, it would have been better, rather than sort of appeasing, which as Obama did with tons of cash. If that was done earlier, then it would have been easier. But the nature of the beast is now what we're facing. I think it needs to be dealt with. I actually think that Iran is somewhat snookered here, more so than anyone else. You cannot help Hezbollah. Israel and Lebanon are squeezing Hezbollah dry of weapons and resources and destroying underground tunnels. And they're stopping Iran's support which is, which was through flights delivering funds and weapons. That corridor through Syria is now completely blocked by land and by air. So it seems to me that, as I said, it's probably the midterm is an important one, because if Trump loses the midterms, then basically he's a lame duck president for the rest of the time. But if he wins it, and he knows that, this is his last term anyway, then that kind of gives him a free hand to do what he wants. And I think we need to judge him after the midterm, and not with what's been going on up to now, which is effectively buying time and trying to sort of manage the market, to control the price of oil and everything else. So that's what's happening at the moment. But don't forget, on the last point, don't forget the huge struggle, the internal fighting that's going on in Iran, and this is going to peak as we move towards September, because the fighting is really over just about everything, and the position on Vladimir and NRG team are effectively marginalized at the moment, unless someone like Vladimir does a sort of a mini coup d'etat and gets hold of the system overall, and then makes a deal with Trump. And this is going to sort of push Iran towards an internal collapse, which is going to be much easier to deal with in the eyes of Trump after the midterm. And that's my summary of it.
Amir, I want to throw another thing into this one bit of information that heretofore hasn't been discussed. Seymour Hersh has written today, and he gets the nail on the head a lot, and sometimes he misses. But what he reports today is, I'm going to quote him directly, the U.S. and Israeli intelligence communities have recently learned that Iran's supposedly existential threat to Israel and the West, its underground supply of partially enriched uranium, has degraded while in underground storage. 2 of the 3 Iranian nuclear storage depots at Fordo and Isfahan are hot. That is, filled with radioactivity from what clearly has been significant degradation of the storage containers. Iran's a mistake in editing on his part. Hope of, I think he meant he started to write keeping and then changed it to saving. The saving of Iran's hope of eventually upgrading the stored material to weapons level and becoming another player in the nuclear world. I've been told by sources close to U.S. and Israeli intelligence that a recent inspection of the underground storage areas led to the death of at least 2 Iranian technicians. They may have been members of the Iranian military who were exposed to high levels of radioactivity. Again, I don't know the veracity of this, but I don't think he just, is writing a novel, so he believes that what he is writing is accurate. They may be in worse shape, the regime that is, than we had anticipated before.
So I think that is the case. I mean, I'm not a nuclear physicist, so I couldn't make comment on the degradation of the nuclear material. But if that is the case, I don't think, even if that is the case, that's going to be enough for Netanyahu and Trump to be satisfied. They need to get hold of that material, one way or the other, whether it's decaying or not. They need to close the enrichment facilities, because that obviously opens the path for developing this material in the future. So those 2 are non-negotiable, and so they need someone in charge to be able to have a deal with that. And once you take those 2 out of the equation, you effectively got rid of what we know Islamic Republic as, because then the main card, the winning card, is out of their hand, effectively.
if this information is accurate, then mankind only is out of their hand, to use your phraseology, if people are aware of it. Right? So if people are not aware of this information, if it's accurate, it doesn't even matter whether they really have the nuclear capabilities. If people think they do, they still have the upper hand. I think. Something to consider. Thanks, Amir. We'll see how far we get with the last two on the stage, because we have 6 minutes remaining. Spira, followed by Daniel. You hear me? Yeah, and again, my apologies to those who could not get up on stage. I've invited you repeatedly. It's not your fault or mine. Spira, you're...
Thanks so much. No, I like to bring perhaps a different perspective about this war, if I may. I don't think this war with Iran is about oil trade or deals, as we've been hearing, lately. I believe this is related to like the Islamic expansion into the West. And I say this because the threat of Islamic radicals in mainly, sponsored by Iran and other caliphates, if you look at into the past, that has been the case. And I also do think they are supporting Iran all the way. And so I think there's some concerns there. And I heard about, get it, but anyways, it's still there under their territory. But here we are, worrying and putting a lot of efforts to neutralize this Iranian nuclear program. But we are not concerning right now with what's happening in England and France, which are two nuclear powers, where there's a lot of people, radicals, that are also running for office there. And I keep imagining what would be a world with those folks putting their hands around those nuclear codes, for the British nuclear codes and the French nuclear codes. Those are the two nuclear powers of Europe, where we're seeing what's happening in that scenario. So I'm really concerned about this expansion. I'm really concerned about, I'm glad that the war is not over yet at this point. I think it's important that we continue, to push on this until this regime, it's over, and then we can, really support the Iranian people with what they deserve, and bring their own way of selecting their leaders and so forth. But that's the point. That's what I would like to bring, is this a different approach, different thoughts about why it is important not to stop now, why it is important to try to really, finish with this regime. I'm sure that if there is any remaining folks from this regime, they're going to cross the border into Turkey. And I think, they are all interconnected, interrelated. And I think this is another aspect that we need to consider. And see, and also the last point I want to make, I do believe this time that we are back into this scenario with Iran. I think there might be a possibility for a coalition with some Gulf states, which are like Saudi Arabia, maybe others, who are really concerned about what Iran capability is today.
Well, the Canadians have been firing rockets into those countries, and ostensibly it's because those countries are hosting U.S. military bases, but they're not just targeting the U.S. military bases. They're targeting the civilian infrastructure of these countries. Bahrain last night. What was the other one? I guess it was Oman last night. I think was the other one last night. I can't remember. There's so many. I mean,
I want to see them step up to the plate too. I think that's a very good point, folks. In the beginning of our dissertation today, or the beginning of our gathering today, I gave my opening salvo or my dissertation, in which I said, you know, this morning when I went to sleep, the president had just said the ceasefire is over. Then at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, New York time, when I woke up, I see that the president said the ceasefire continues and the negotiations continue. God knows whether that will change again during our time together today. Well, right now, ladies and gentlemen, the United States is conducting new strikes in Iran. Actions, ladies and gentlemen, speak louder than words. Folks would hear it at 5 o'clock New York time, Monday through Friday. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
And I absolutely love that man. He loves this country more than that guy. He loves this place. And even with everything that's going on in this country, and with everything going on, he would like to preserve this because he has benefited from it. And Americans I know absolutely still American. We have a group that would like us to not be proud of our heritage, just like us to not be proud of our country, and they just happen to be getting airtime. When you go around this country, Americans are proud of it. So, I just try to keep it to not judge it to what's the one of the leaders. He's German, and it's his opinion, it's our slight, serious, it's our simple, they can or like if you start a business and you want Americans. Otherwise, you will fit Georgia between 6 to 23% of all business owners. We were entrepreneurs.
Rafi,
Yeah.
I just have some issues with the title.
We're praying for you, Ron.
Can you
We're
please
praying for the Ayatollah.
pray for the Ayatollah, okay?
Ambassador, listen, I had to go off on a mirror on this, okay?
Oh my god.
And it's
Rage bait.
It's amazing.
No, right.
No, we don't want the one-sided brain here.
I love this behind like old times in a clubhouse with all my
This is like season 1 arguments.
No, this is fun. It's just what I missed all these months. I've been busy doing it.
Exactly. We want the nostalgia for you, Jeff.
Oh, that's killed me. That thing represents the best of clubhouse.
Yeah. We're all represented. We got our clubhouse badges.
My man just got.
What the fuck happened?
Jeff's gone. And Norm,
Yeah, you actually got you dead.
he's like, this room title suggests Jeff is dead. I said, everyone knows Jeff isn't dead.
No, but that room title, people were coming in thinking he's dead. Actually, somebody else came in. I remember how somebody else came in, or somebody questioned while Norm came in on stage. They were like, yeah, that title.
Norm said it. Anyway, I just wanted to clear that you were in fact alive and well, just neglecting your friend.
Well, I want you to text me and said, come, there's a funeral room for me.
That's probably Norm.
Yeah, I better attend my funeral, just let you know.
Yeah.
Or I'm not pissed.
Speaking of rain, I saw one. There's a famous prediction on YouTube. It says 50 it says 50. And I'm not referring to any recent numbers of movies.
As well as deterioration in
Not community
how
still
we get
there,
on
right?
in society. When we talk about targeting, I think one of the biggest ways is like there's been a deterioration. No, I know something better we can do for the workplace, you know.
doing this.
There's no sense of you want to know what it is? Being objective, thinking, oh, maybe so and so did this because this other thing happened. It's like, no, anything that happens because somebody's personally out to get me. COVID really had an impact on that. I think we were taught to see everything.
I'm not quite sure what there is in body inside of that coffin. And impossible. Here's wrong. You can't all left in the counter. Impossible.
But in
They're playing difficult.
I think they very honest in the sun together, on top of each other.
Oh, and Rafi doesn't get buried in Iran. He gets buried in Najaf in Iraq. Poor areas. They don't have that. Like, shit on their own doors.
Because they
They're
know
gonna dump
Iran's gonna fall, people are gonna attack people, so they're gonna protect Iran.
Yes, Rafi, I'm 100% sure. I very agree with you. Truly, that's the part that they probably know about it.
But they fucking disrespected the holy leader. The holiest thing that they had, they kept him not buried for 6 months, which is very haram. In Islam, very haram, which is very disrespectful. And yeah, to berate him, not nice.
Not nice.
Not nice.
The actual Iranians are not doing it great. What they're doing is they're on their way to vacation location in Iran, the northern part or the southern part, and they're playing this right now.
अभी नहीं, डांटने डपटने से ये और उल्टा तेजी में आ जाता है। अगर इस पे गुस्सा हो जाओ तो ये कहता है कि ये कैसा महात्मापन है। बस जरा से में गुस्सा आ गया। अभी समझा रहे थे अक्रोध, और भूल ही गए और खुद ही क्रोध में आ गए। और अभी कह रहे थे कि मनुष्य को जल में कमलवत रहना चाहिए, और अब क्या हुआ? जरा चाबी घुमाई कि भूल ही गए कि जल में कमलवत रहना, एकदम डुबकी मार गए जल में। ये कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ करता है। तो मेरे पिता को खबर भेज देते थे कि महात्मा आए आज हमारे घर में, तुम्हारे बेटे को पता ना चले। मगर मैं उनके घर के सामने से दिन में 2 दफा निकलता ही था। और उनकी पत्नी महात्माओं के खिलाफ थी, स्वभाव था, क्योंकि उसको इनकी सेवा करते करते थक मरी थी। और एक से एक मूढ़ों की सेवा उसको करते करते, तो अगर मुझे पता भी न चले, उनकी पत्नी खबर भिजवा दे कि बेटा तू आ जाना, लगाते इसको ठिकाने। क्योंकि मैं तो कुछ कर नहीं सकती, क्योंकि वो पति देव के पीछे। उनकी पत्नी महात्माओं से भी ज्यादा मेरी सेवा करती थी। उसको वो तेरे पक्ष में, वो क्यों तेरे पक्ष में वो भी मैं जानता हूँ। वो मुझसे बदला ले रही तेरे द्वारा। मैंने कहा तुम अपने महात्माओं को क्यों नहीं कहते कि जवाब क्यों नहीं देते? सत्संग का मतलब ही ये है कि जवाब दे दो। और मैं कोई कठिन सवाल नहीं पूछता, सीधे साधे सवाल पूछता हूँ। अब एक महात्मा समझा रहे थे कि रामचंद्र जी सोने के हिरण के पीछे भागे, और तभी रावण आया और सीता को चुरा ले गया। मैंने कहा ठहरो, तुमने रामचंद्र जी को इतना बुद्धू समझा है? उनको भी इतनी अकल नहीं। गधे से गधे आदमी को ये अकल होती है। अगर मुझे भी, मैंने बट गंवाऊं समझो, मुझे भी अगर सोने का हिरण दिखाई पड़े तो मैं मानूंगा नहीं कि ये सच्चाई हो सकती। हिरण कहीं सोने के होते तुम अपने ही कहो, अगर तुम्हें कहीं रास्ते पे हिरण दिखाई पड़ जाए और सोने का, तो तुम उसके पीछे जाओगे? कहते नहीं, मैं पीछे नहीं जाऊंगा। तुम्हें अगर तुम सोचते तो रामचंद्र जी तुमसे भी ज्यादा गए बीते थे, सोने के हिरण के पीछे चले गए। सोने के कहीं हिरण होते? इतनी अकल तो उनमें होनी चाहिए। अरे जो कहते हैं कि सारा जगत मृग मरीचिका है, वो मृग की ही मरीचिका में आ गए, हद हो गई। जवाब नहीं है तो बेचैनी खड़ी होती, पसीना छूट जाता, गुस्से में आ जाती। मेरा अपना अनुभव यही है कि छोटे बच्चों को अगर मौका मिले, उन्हें हम मौका ही नहीं देते, हम उन्हें डांट डपट के रखते, अवसर ही नहीं देते। नहीं तो तुम पाओगे कि उनके पास से ताजगी और उनके पास से मौलिक सूझबूझ, दृष्टि, और हम अगर उनको सहारा दें तो हम उनकी दृष्टि को निखार सकते, उसे बलवान बना सकते। छोटे बच्चों के पास जो क्षमता है, अब तक हमारी सारी चेष्टा उसे नष्ट करने में लगी रही, इसलिए मनुष्य जाति इतनी मूढ़ है। अन्यथा बुद्धों से भरी होती, और बुद्धों से भर सकती है पृथ्वी, मगर हमें काम बच्चों से ही शुरू करना पड़ेगा। और जब तक हम बच्चों की प्रतिभा को स्वीकार नहीं करते, तब तक हम मनुष्य को बदलने में समर्थ नहीं हो सकते। चौथा प्रश्न, भगवान आपके पास आते आते मेरी बुद्धि खो गई, मैं क्या करूं? प्रेम चैतन्य, यह तो होना ही चाहिए। जो होना था आए होगे। मेरे पास जो लोग आते हैं प्रारंभ में, वो यही सोच के आते हैं कि ज्ञानी होके लौटेंगे, थोड़ा ज्ञान लेके लौटेंगे। नए नए लोग जो प्रश्न मुझे लिखते हैं, उनमें यही होता है कि भगवान हमें ज्ञान दे। ज्ञान तुम्हारे पास काफी है, जरूरत से ज्यादा वही तुम्हारे प्राण ले रहा है। सदगुरु वह है जो तुम्हारा ज्ञान ले। ज्ञान तो तुम्हें दे दिया है, न मालूम किन किन ने। सब तुम्हें ज्ञान देने में लगे हुए, माँ बाप दे रहे हैं, पड़ोसी दे रहे हैं, जो मिले वही ज्ञान दे रहा है। ज्ञान देने में कोई कमी? तुम लो ना लो ये तुम्हारी मर्जी, मगर देने वाले दिए चले जाते। इस दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा मुफ्त दी जाने वाली चीज सलाह है, हर कोई देता है। तुम ना भी मांगो तो लोग देते, तुम नहीं लोगे ये भी जानते हैं, फिर भी देते। और ऐसी सलाहें देते हैं जो उन्होंने खुद नहीं मानी अपने जीवन में, वो भी तुम्हें दे रहे हैं सलाहें। सलाह देने में तो लोग बिल्कुल ही कृपण नहीं होते, कंजूस नहीं होते, मगर सदगुरु सलाह नहीं देता, ज्ञान नहीं देता, बुद्धि नहीं देता, बुद्धि छीन लेता है। जिसको तुम बुद्धि समझते हो उसको छीन लेता है। अभी तुम्हारी बुद्धि कहाँ है? तुम्हारी अभी तो सब उधार है, बासी। इसके छिन जाने पर तुम्हारी अपनी निजता आविष्कृत होती, तुम्हारे भीतर अंकुरित होती है प्रतिभा, तुम्हारी मेधा बढ़नी शुरू होती, उसमें अंकुर आते, पत्ते लगते, फूल खिलते। ये तो अच्छा हुआ, मगर तुम्हें अड़चन हो रही होगी क्योंकि तुम आए कुछ और ख्याल से और हो गया उल्टा। सदगुरु के पास होना है तो मामला ही उल्टा। इसलिए तो जो चालाक है, चालबाज, वो भागे भागे रहते हैं दूर।
What I'm talking about is as passing the buck and never really owning that there's Muslims killing each other, killing their neighbors, killing other groups. It just, the Middle East in general, and everywhere Muslims go, turns into shit. Funds the Muslim Brotherhood, and it isn't the West. Funds the Muslim Brotherhood, it isn't the West. Yeah, it's not the West. IRGC.
I think that's all we have the answer, Al. The rest of the answer is Muslims.
बच्चे बच्चे रहते, बचने के न मालूम कितने उपाय खोज लेते, कितने बहाने खोज लेते, कितने तर्क जाल बिछा लेते हैं अपने चारों तरफ. इसलिए तो मेरे जैसे व्यक्तियों के खिलाफ
Your microphone being so low is committing jihad on my ears. No, you're gonna have to fix your mic, brother.
Yeah, we hear you really bad.
Qatar mostly funds the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar and Turkey have Muslims.
That's the one thing about Turkey. Like, I do really give a shit if they have F-35, but they have the fucking air defense ground from Russia. And, like, one of the things you have to fear is that could they use the F-35s to basically train that Russian air defense to take out our F-35s?
Well, I wouldn't want that job. I always told you if you're a real threat,
I wouldn't call them a threat to America per se, but would I trust them with something like the F-35? No.
We spoke about this Turkey issue could be part of the
Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing the quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body. Relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heel, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. As the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands. Relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed. As the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine, and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing, and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area. And visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice. Vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualization comes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. Of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently, and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. And my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words, quietness of spirit, are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm and self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. Every day, every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta. As you cross over into natural sleep, you continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing the quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice and breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heel, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. Move into the fingers of both of your hands. Relaxing your hand. And it now moves on up into your forearms. Relaxing your forearms. And on up into your upper arms. Relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp. Relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing. And feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles. Relaxing your facial muscles. Just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth. And your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now, this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area. And visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and every minute. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. And you're going to sleep. And as you do, you accept the suggestions you hear. You accept the suggestions you hear. And as you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And the suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desire. You do. You accept it. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quiet spirit now permeates my body and mind, and stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, courage, and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve ways to become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. Experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. Now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. And you sleep peacefully through the night and awaken in peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. And you'll awaken feeling glad to be alive, refreshed, thinking and acting with calm self-assurance, and inspired to begin the new day. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desire. You do. You accept it. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
sure now if like Sweet Baby Breeze is good or not. I mean, I think that it's not, you know, like I like, you know, for kids, it's a regular barbecue sauce. It's all the place. It's Chicago. It's you know, while y'all were having conversations, like, you don't know anything about this, but I'm just going to see what the Sweet Baby Breeze is. And then I come and find out it was all
not a good idea either. Don't feed squirrels. Because if you feed the squirrel,
I took a few bites, I had to give myself something, and then I put it in the compost, so I gave it back to the ferret.
okay. Yeah, because squirrels eggs through the thing. You cannot eat them. Because if you feed them, you lift up your shade, and they're looking right at you.
No, they're not all the way up here. Just when I leave, the building, they will literally stand in the path.
Yeah, because they're gangster.
People say gangster.
Squirrels gangster in New York.
Nothing more unfulfilling than coming into children are absolutely dominating the space. Just being yourself. She said it's okay, we'll try. Try. I
there was also supposed to be 20 non-voters, not voters, right? Not independents, if I understand correctly. And like at some point by the end of this, for me, I'm like, I don't even want any voting. Like, just stay out of the whole fucking thing. Like, I don't think any of them are actually going to vote. I think they're staunch in their beliefs that none of this matters. We're making the right choice. What's that? I'm sorry. We're making the right choice. Would they vote? He kept saying that. I was like, oh, I know, that was a shock. Yeah, right.
Yeah, baby.
Yes. So fantasy. I mean, that's good that you train that AI system to just continue to impact you.
Judas, of course. What can we think of anybody else? Great sinners. We had a great sinner in our lifetime. Like a great sinner. I've been thinking about this. We like Honor Street. Yeah, Honor Street is like sound, like hot, like that, or like different. They're evil. Like devils expect what makes Judas worse. Because he betrayed Jesus. God had betrayed me. And they're just brutal. Like they're monsters, you know.
Now you're speaking to someone that actually betrayed the idea of betrayal.
That's justification for someone that's a Judas. Well, I'm thinking of other people. And like if you're a monster, you're a monster. You don't really have an expectation of people. That's why like this is talking about Trump. Because you might be Trump. Because other people get so upset about your expectations.
You know what?
So it's a Joe Manchin. Marcus.
Oh Lord. You know what? I would think about someone like Aaron Burr.
You think he sinned?
Okay, when you say sin, that's what's wrong. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, sin against themselves, sin against, like,
God's law.
we like sin and sin is problem and all that.
It could be that, or it could just be friendship. Just like some sort of violation of God's law. People
When I was
and like
younger,
people that changed it. Pretty bad. Because people did through the blood.
choosing Chelsea,
It's exactly about it. That's what
Yeah.
and to me, it's a good one, and it doesn't really matter that a lot of those Muslims people got made over early schools too. But that doesn't absolve his sin, because that's a major. That documentary was really fascinating, to be honest, because the whole finish and it didn't come out like it was true. That's for sure. But a lot of people trusted him, especially in the beginning.
for sure.
Like they had a lot of trust in him. He was the head of a lot of people. He was the head of NASDAQ. Imagine that. For sure. Unbelievable. That's a good thing. What do you think like Roger Keynes? Like in today? He's fine. He worked for the CIA. He was undercover agent for the Soviets. And he was like really trusted. He got like a lot of information. And he had like a fascinating story. So like I think of like betrayal, like somebody that you trust and then got betrayed.
I mean, that's already a thing. And then Al Burr was this skinny character. He's the skinny. I'm trying to think. You say good at it, because I'm the kind of obvious one, but then that's even complicated. I have to think about it to some degree.
What was the percent?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of them were like quote unquote history. So it was like very
kind as Princess Diana. When you find out later what she did, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's so synonymous. You don't know. Yeah. Goodness. I'm telling you, she had one of the greatest PR machines going. Because when she was alive, people thought she was this wonderful person. And when she died, they did rush her to say her. And you find out all of the stuff that she was doing.
There's some African Americans who have followed Instagram. It's black. It's African Americans. There are 7. There are 7 African Americans on path to the same level. It's those who got to be the first. It's never. It's also it's very it's very
So to the ring, Elizabeth Holmes. Because why not? You know, we're gonna be stuck. Oh my God. I thought you was gonna say Elizabeth. It's long readings and that's pretty female. I had this smell on good women for years. Exactly, that's a sin. That's a sin. It's pathetic. I see one thing. I have a migraine about me going to
nobody actually thought it smelled.
yes, they did. Actually, must have been boring.
No, all people did it because they just thought they were supposed to. You think those people think it actually smelled?
Oh, yeah. Yes, people start lying. Oh my gosh, she had some white diamond. She had white eyes. They had a whole line. It's great.
I think smells are, yeah, I think smells. People thought basically had the same thoughts across time, context.
You know, he's too much that. He's too much that. He said, please, man.
I did not know that somebody had somebody in 2026 basically so broad strokes and somebody like ancient China. That's I don't know.
That's what I said.
That's a dude. No, I'm not.
No, too late.
No, that's not it. You're right. It's not too late.
I'm talking something.
What I was going to say was the smells are very sourced to probably the smell of guns. Stank in 1900s. Stank drugs. I'm not going to be honest. I just, it's hard for me. I have to worry about it. It's like, you know, talk about, yeah, I don't know, it's just a lot of money. Yeah, people, yeah. Now, the smells, it's just something like, but maybe, you know, it didn't smell as
so I don't know how long it's been down. I actually thought it smelled good. I think what happened was everybody in that group was there to church. And it didn't smell like it did want us to live next. So it was the whole church smelling like nuts and sweat. And I think that is what we remember about what nuts is very loud. It was really powerful. I just didn't get out this was just like, no. I didn't know about that for your well, maybe I'm also realizing everything was on. That sensitivity to perfume, so that's not very good. So there's that part. Yeah. Was that like the guys from photography? So Dr. is the name of Red Dog. So was the name Red Dog was looking for Yellow and Avon Cheetah. That's right. I'm the doctor right I mean, that was awful. That was awful. I know I didn't. You know what? Someone actually got that for me. No. I gotta talk to that person. Yeah, I gotta talk to that person. I gotta talk to that person. Like, yeah, I'm not talking to you. That is a wonderful cat. Actually, it was just in the house. I thought it was serious. It was a kid. She had a cheetah tank. It was just bigger. It's a terrible cat. I mean, that's I wouldn't buy anybody. That's a great gag. Yes. It's like a weird visualization point. Not like the, but it's kind of, it reminds you of that style now. It looks like a little donut. Like, what's it called? Bichon. So the end has like a long top. It looks like a donut. But, oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That was hard. I buy those gifts. But that would be the last thing you would do, and that is a fact. But if you know the person that you're buying a gift for, it should be easy to get them what they want.
Have you seen Dio or Babyface singing two occasions in the car on YouTube? On the Cadillac Chronicles?
Oh, no, yeah, but that's the joint. No.
It is cool. So they're older brothers. They're probably 60, 70. They're old. There's a video on the internet. No, it's so cool. They just, have you seen it, First Lady?
No.
It's the
I saw
coolest
it
video.
driving in LA.
Yeah, it's the coolest video on the internet. It's so cool. And they sound good too.
Aww.
Y'all should check it out. It's came out, I don't know if you I don't know. But I watched it. Okay.
Is it as good as the Cookout with
who was Johnny Gill and?
Oh, I mean, this was produced. That was cool. I mean, that was part of Johnny Schoolhouse. Yeah, I like that too.
I like that.
When he had the brown on, when he had the brown on.
Yes, and then Jeffrey Osborne, who sounded great.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that video too. That was really good. But y'all, let me see if I can find it. I'll put it in the chat. Somebody put it in the chat. But if you like that song, they're older. Babyface probably, how old is Babyface? 65? Babyface must be.
He's in his
68, yeah, he's 67. Yeah, he's probably the youngest one of the group. They look themselves.
Damn.
Check it out, Divine.
So what's the song they're singing again?
They sing 2 occasions. I only think of you on yeah, it's super chill. Yeah, it's real chill. Yeah, I like sound in California.
Yeah, I mean, you went and found it. It's in the chat.
Only you can make it right.
Yeah, it's great. You'll love it. They was gas. Dope.
When did that song come out? Was that the era
It's
we
like
were talking
87.
about? Oh, damn.
They
That old? Oh,
It
shit.
shot earlier. Let me see. I'm gonna give you 87 when I look. Oh,
I told you I was in a book prepare.
my breath. 87.
Damn, still got it. I feel like it was, wow, I'm old.
You know, later than 87 or earlier?
Yeah, I tried to put it in the era that we were talking about. Like,
In the 90s.
yeah, I mean, 87 is right there. It's right there, but it ain't there.
The original video wide too though. Y'all should check the original video out.
Is what happened.
I think that's what the
That's
problem
all.
is. I think that we
That's how
we're
it
thinking
is.
that thing.
But half of this is before. I mean, I'm sorry, I say 1/2 cup of butter. So,
Wait, somebody.
First lady?
She cooking.
Okay.
Oh no, that's a cool video. They sound great. They sound pretty good. Yeah.
And you know why I thought it was the era that we were talking about? Because that's one of those songs that it's a hit. To this day, anybody would sit down and like, yeah, that's my shit. And like young people would like that song.
Yeah.
What time did you think it was from, Devon?
It was like 90, 92, 93.
Yeah. That
No,
makes sense.
man, it's 87. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
is
like
that?
87. Yeah.
It's like way back in '87. Oh man, I thought that was the early '90s.
The thing that tells you is the synthesizer. That style of keyboard goes away shortly after. You can hear that. Yeah. And the drum machine. That like tinny synthesizer keyboard that kind of goes away. But if you watch the original video, Babyface looks the same because he never grew. Well, he had a slight beard, but the dudes all had the long, just the regular mustache with like long punk rocker hair, but with a mustache. I don't know why dudes like 25 was wearing just old man mustache. I was watching old Soul Train videos a couple days ago, and the song, what's his name, Major Walt Harris,
Major
Harris.
Yeah, Major Harris.
Major Harris. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love Won't Let Me Wait. Before anybody look it up, how old do y'all think he was when he sung that song?
You know what? I thought he was older. I thought he was in the early 40s.
I would have assumed he would be late 30s, but
8 years old.
Oh, he was older than that. 38 years old. He looked older than that.
I spent a whole hour researching it in like a 45 minutes. I was like, wait a minute, this birthday can't be right. He was 28 years old when that came out.
I mean,
also his rasp too.
I didn't know because he just looks. Not that he was a bad looking man. He wasn't a bad looking man. I just thought he was older. I thought he was older.
Yeah, he dressed. I mean, he dressed and moved like that. Like he had always wore suits, dark shades, and a regular mustache.
But yeah, I thought he was 40 years old too. He was like Billy Paul in his age.
You know, I'm not gonna look it up, and now it makes me curious about like William Devon, you know, who did the you know, Diamonds in the Back, Sun Rooftop. Like, I'm curious.
He was in his 20s as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up right now.
Yeah, I bet you was in his 20s too.
But was it the times, man? Because my brothers looked older than they
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I thought it was a grown man. It's like, oh, he's 17 in this picture. Like, what? So,
no, for sure. Sometimes when I watch these videos from the 80s, like this is, I'm a divine trigger warning. One of my favorite things about Donnie is that he always wears a black suit. I'm like 20% there. Just wear a black suit every day.
I mean, you know, when I had a problem, and I'm not unreasonable. You know, we broke it down. That's his brand. That's his thing. I'm not mad at it. Like, it was weird at first, but I get it. You know, the Knicks jersey under the suit, jumping in the suit, doing the ride in the suit. It's a trend now. So it's like, okay, I see where you're going with this, but
I like the consistency.
But they wear it in this video. If you watch the original Deal video, they just look fly in a black suit, even though it's hot as shit outside. They sweat. They still look fly in the black suit.
In the black suit. Yeah.
Wait, Ben, do you have a guess? Do you have a guess?
Give me the year. What time is
so it came out in 74. Yep.
Oh my God! What is going on? I didn't actually win a lot of the night. I'm gonna guess he was born in 1947. So he was 27.
Yes, exactly. He was born in 1947.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was born in 1947. He sure was.
You better
February 9th, 1947. Mm-hmm. And he died in 2012.
Give me the Powerball numbers, man. Give me the Powerball numbers.
Let me tell you, can I tell you why I guess that? I guess that because I figured he was a baby boomer, but his parents waited a year to have the baby. So I gave him 47. Wow.
Wait, is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think Babyface.
I don't think he's dead, y'all.
Close to dead.
Well, dude, is Wikipedia lying?
Oh no, I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Oh yeah, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
William Devon.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Major Harris. I was like, yeah, he's dead.
Anyway, William Devon's so
old black dude born in the 40s. My assumption is
and then 78.
Especially in music. They used to party hard. One of the Whispers just died last year, right? Didn't one of the Whispers die?
One of the twins died.
Yeah, because I saw the other one on Sean, the dude from Boyz II Men.
Yes.
Sean Stockman show. They were singing Lady, I think.
Lady Commodore's Lady?
No.
The Whispers song. The Whispers Lady.
Yeah. There you go. I was going to say, I was about to sing something else. What you was going to say? Not D'Angelo.
It was no. It was like a up symbol, and the song started with "Lady."
I know that one.
That's the Commodores. Yeah, that's the Commodores.
Okay, it's like one of the words.
Have you watched the show yet, First Lady? The Sean Stockman show.
Who's that?
The brother from Boyz II Men, the dark-skinned brother from Boyz II Men that never had any solos.
The tall one.
The tall one, yeah.
Oh, he got like a podcast, but they have a camera with it, and they always sing with the guitar. It's dope.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
You know what I saw last night, and I forgot that I had it. I was going through my old social media, like going way back. These are shit I used to post. One night, Q-Tip was performing Vibrant Thing at the House of Blues in LA, and Prince joined him and played guitar for Vibrant.
Prince was good. Prince was good for doing that. Yo, that was a good venue back in the House of Blues and Sunset Strip. Prince was good for doing that. Whenever he did a concert in the city, I know a coworker went, and he didn't go to the concert, but he went to City Winery where last minute I'm like, okay.
Prince never really announced where he's going.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, it's never announced. No, it's true. I went to see Maceo Parker probably 20 plus years ago. I'm not sure if it was Beacon or Radio City, one of them. And Prince came out for a song, which is pretty fucking cool.
Well, I like when they do that. You never know who's gonna pop up on the stage.
What's your favorite Whisper song? I go first. Mine is Olivia.
Yeah, I like that song. I also like Lady.
I'm Doctor in the chat. I do need a refresher. I mean, I know Whisper.
How does it go? How does it go? How does it go?
Which one? Olivia? Olivia is Olivia said, got distracted on the way to grandmother's house. A sunny morning.
Yeah. I'm with Joey. I'm with Joey in the chat.
Of course, it's that's a good one too. The beat goes down. The verses goes She has a quota to fill. He wants to buy a new Seville. Like it's about a girl. It's basically a Ray Rice story, but she has a pimp.
Yes.
Yeah. And then what's the other one? The other one's Lady. It says Lady. And then there was, and the beat goes on. That's the most latest one.
That's the only one I can think of.
Oh, yeah, love.
Lady that you just said sound like what's that man's name? He had a stroke recently. Did y'all hear about that? Uncle Charlie. What's his name?
Oh, Charlie Wilson.
Oh, Charlie Wilson?
Yeah, stroke.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Ooh, It's a Love thing is a low key.
Yeah, it's a
great thing.
it's a love thing.
That's a good one.
That's where you need it right there.
Let me tell you something about the Whispers, okay? I'm gonna say this because I say it every time I start talking about this. They had the best men's fashion for their time. They were ahead of their time. Look at what they were wearing versus everyone, their contemporaries, them, some elders. They were ahead of it. The only thing that really aged them was the big mustache. That's the thing that aged them.
Yeah, they had that mustache.
Fashion, oh, they were genius. They were genius.
Oh, you weren't taking my Earth, Wind, and Fire outfits?
Not in this era. No.
Well, it was the 70s, so by the time the 80s would come around, they weren't I think in the early, it would be the 70s you're talking about. Because by the time the 80s comes around, they break up as a group.
Yeah, we did.
Choosing love.
I know Earth, Wind and Fire, they dressed kind of wild, but that was part of it. And also, when you get those custom type of outfits, it's a huge write-off for the band. I learned that too. If they're just gonna go to this, costumes.
Costumes and outlandish costumes. Do y'all know the group LaBelle, right? Patty LaBelle, when she first came out.
Yeah, the LaBelle, yeah.
And all of their costumes and stuff like that, they used to be want to take a guess? It's a male band.
A male band?
It's a male band.
Oh.
Higher LaBelle costume.
Parliament? Funkadelic?
No.
Oh,
Any
God.
other guesses?
That's a good guess. Who?
It's just a kid.
Kiss.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Now, LaBelle, and then look at what Kiss, and it makes complete and total sense. Like you see it.
I don't get it.
But this was when Patti LaBelle wearing like silver platform heels and space. And so
I'm going to Kiss.
yeah. So then
Kiss
that look ends up transferring over to Kiss. And Kiss wears that look.
Okay.
I was not into. Although I just feel like I just didn't like Kiss, but I love David Bowie. So when David Bowie was doing his individual thing, that was fine by me. But
Yeah, he did an alter ego.
that was totally different.
Ziggy Stardust, right? I remember when he did that interview with Terry Gross, and people still wanted him to do Stargate, the Ziggy Stardust, and he was like, yeah, but I was done with it. It was something that I did as an artist, and I moved on. And so she asked him a question, do people still ask him about it? And he said, yeah. He said, so what do you tell them? He said, well, Ziggy got married and had 2 kids or something to that effect. I was like, Ziggy Marley? No, the alter ego. His alter ego. Oh, sorry. There's something in your eyes, baby. It's telling you. First lady, was that you who said who's Ziggy Marley? He was. I like David Bowie. The way that the first lady, if that was you, I just, Lord have mercy.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm.
Can you click on my PT?
Show up at the moment, and instead he took a shit. A hot flaming shit. I'm trying to trigger my sister like that. Can't wait for him to no longer get called up. I hate to say it. Don't want to sound ridiculous. Everybody saw his little speech that he did. His little IG post that he posted as his little, thanks for the memories. Sorry we didn't make it, but he didn't say sorry. It was horrible. His little Easter speech that he put on social media was horrible. He got showed up by Fuller, Malikan, and Serginho Dest. It was sad. But people didn't buy it. No, they didn't. See, the people say the real Captain America is English and from Brooklyn. Okay? That's the real Captain America. Oh, yeah. The people didn't want to see the team rebuild behind number 20. And they want to give number 20 his number 9 jersey and move forward, not backward. And I'm here for it. Slander Pulisic. Grandpa. We're going to put him to pasture like we put all the other grandpas out to pasture this season. Well, okay. I see him in.
Are you air frying it?
Oh no, I'm putting it in the oven. But the seasoning that I'm using, I don't air fry anything. I don't have one of those. But the seasoning I was using, it clumps, so I had to shake it up. But yeah, Grandpa Pulisic, Wesley McKinney had a bad game. Everybody just. I'm gonna let it go.
The evil has to be defeated, so I can't focus on that.
That's Trump's fault.
That they lost?
Oh, wait a minute.
Just keep on loving me. Just keep on loving me. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah. Keep on loving me.
I can't help it. This guy is hilarious.
Did you get the tea? No.
What? I'm gonna do it like quickly, huh?
So get your teeth. Huh? The tea. Did you get the tea?
See what happened? What had happened?
I don't know. You were supposed to be getting some tea or something.
Me, I thought you just did.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. My dear.
Okay.
Not Divine, not on his job. Divine, your job.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What?
See, that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
I just came back. What happened?
Here we go.
Divine not on his job. So Divine, did you ride your bike today?
I didn't. You know what?
It was a good day.
It was a good day.
It was a good
I had
day.
to go on a run. I was gonna get on the bike. I was like, I can't be bothered. I drove. But tomorrow, I do need to do. I've been putting it on. One of the bikes needs an oil change. I gotta do it. Change the oil on the bike, and then that's a reason to go for a ride because I gotta make sure the oil is good.
I mean, I'm like, oh, this is almost a perfect summer day. It was a really good day.
It was pretty great.
Oh, this weekend's gonna be. Well, I know y'all don't care, but Jay-Z is taking over Yankee Stadium 3 days in a row. I'm not going. I might pass by just to see, and it's a good ride for me just to go up there. But the ticket prices have fallen, but they're still ridiculous. Nosebleeds are $250. On the ground is about $1,500, but they were way up there. I'm surprised there's still tickets left, but then again, I'm not because people have better things to do with their money. So it should be pretty interesting.
I have a friend who is going all 3 days and spent less than $1,100 on all 3 tickets.
Oh,
It's not Miss
but they
Cleo.
probably in the nosebleeds.
Because he played different sets.
So they're not. Yeah, they're 3 different themes. Yeah, it's a different theme each time.
And it's going to be about who. I think it's going to be about who he brings out. You know, Jay knows everybody. Who's gonna be the special guest? You know, he might bring somebody crazy out, like, oh, he brought out. You know, who knows?
What day are you going to, Divine? What day are you going to?
I probably will go to the Sunday because I know Friday's gonna be crazy, Saturday's gonna be crazy, Sunday should be calm. People have to work on Monday, so.
And Sunday's an add-on one too. It wasn't on there originally.
Is there one of you going this way?
I'm not going.
Oh, you're not going? Oh, okay.
No, I said my friend. Oh, that was when I went to Usher and Chris Brown.
Oh, this looks like a perfect weather weekend too, Divine.
Tira's going. Tira, you going to the Jay-Z concert at Yankees?
No, sorry, not going.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
Well, that's good to got front row tickets.
Nope, not going to that. May go to Fanatics Fan Fest though to see the Knicks, but other than that.
Well, that's good to hear about the weather. It was going to be like it is today. This weekend, it should be beautiful.
But that's
I know it's supposed to be in here on Thursday and Friday.
Can I tell you the truth about that? I bought a thing to have a picture with Josh Hart. Don't even ask me when I get this.
Nah, you gotta do that. You know what I saw? You brought up Fanatics and made me think about what's the cat? Carl Anthony Towns tagged along. I don't know if you guys see it. He tagged along with a UPS driver who was delivering Fanatics gear. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. He was at people's doors. They open the door, they see Cat delivering their package. I was like, wow, that's great.
times being a UPS man. I don't know who thinks of these things, but it works.
Oh, dang, why everybody leave? Did I scare people off?
No. It's about, it's 10 o'clock. This is what usually happens. 420 open? Let me see.
I was like, ET left, what did I do?
Oh no, I came right back. I was
Yeah,
trying
see,
to
that's
I'll shut icon off of me.
Oh, okay.
And I gotta get this jump out off of me. Hold on.
Spiritus, a question.
Present.
Okay. So we broke air fryer. I don't know. Damn, it has to be at least.
I don't like this. I think this is a plant by brother to ask me a question.
No, it's not. It's not.
Air frying. I'll let it go.
Okay, yeah.
I just came saying by time to come to you with the.
I broke it about 2 years ago. We have not bought another. Should we get another one or don't get another one? We had a good one.
I'm gonna stay out of this. I'm gonna let the floor answer. That's it. I don't cook anymore. I don't walk into my kitchen except to take medicine, and that's it. I have a plant. To be fair, I do have a plant that is growing in the kitchen on the shelf, and I do go inside the kitchen to water it, and then I leave.
Do y'all use it? When we had it, we used it. I don't know, maybe. I feel like when we first got it, we went crazy. Yeah, we had an air fryer. And then we kind of didn't use it too much. And then once it broke, we were like, fuck it, we don't have an air fryer anymore.
No, save the time and space.
Is you?
Right.
I'm sorry, brother.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you haven't used it in 2 years, why are you thinking about getting another one?
My son used it a lot, like for certain like quick snacks or whatever. He's like,
how old is he?
He just turned 19.
Oh no, if he wants it, he can buy it.
Oh shit.
Well, no, because then you might not get a good one.
But he doesn't care about using it anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, but I want to get. If I get a good one, it'll last. If I don't get a good one, that's the way.
But you don't even care about having one.
But they're also like not a lot of money. Also, so
yeah, we have to really turn it on the whole. Like,
you ain't missed it for 2 years. The person who missed it should. He's not like if you want it, maybe you go halfies on it with him.
Is it going to help you out if there's an air fryer in the house that he uses so he can make his own damn meals and leave you alone?
Yeah, that's part. But he's leaving soon. He's here. He came home for the summer. He'll be out of here soon. I'm like,
yeah. Get him a George Foreman grill. Dry, these were the days.
Yeah, basically. That's
yeah.
That's not a George Foreman grill.
Those are the shit. Come on, everybody has a big one too.
Well, I think a little passe now with the advent of air fryers and other things. So, actually, and arguably more healthy and gets the stuff warmed up quite well. So, I'm just passing along that information from my friend with an air.
This isn't you.
No, I just told you. I threw it out. I threw it out with my microwave and my toaster and my Belgian waffle maker. I threw them all out.
Please, thank you for your support.
Now, why would you throw out the Belgian waffle maker?
Girl, have you heard how he took, he's not using it.
I mean, at least resold it or
That
something.
was swing. Are you buying cooking equipment based on the people you're in romantic relationships with? One by me.
Are you the idea that people would actually, I would allow them to stay over and not buy their Uber so that they can get the hell out of my apartment? Come on.
Okay, better question. How long did you have the Belgian waffle maker before you got rid of it?
No. I never actually had one. I just think it's one of those. I think it's one of those things that are like, it's crazy to me that people have it, because how often are you eating? I mean, if you have that much counter space and it's like a gift somebody gives you, but it feels like something that people have and never use, and it's also fucking messy as hell.
I see what this is. You're speaking out of oppression. Because
oppression or depression? I didn't hear it. It broke up.
No, oppression. Listen, with the amount of space that you people normally have in your living quarters, it's definitely oppression. You're speaking out of. I'm assuming. Maybe you have a sprawling mansion.
No, that's not it.
Calling New York City apartments living quarters is dirty word.
Although you know what's crazy? I had a client call me because they want to sell their maid's quarters. I'm like, excuse me?
Oh shit.
What is that? It's maid's quarters. I didn't know they still existed, but apparently they do. And it's this little, like, studio apartment in a, fancy building that has a bathroom and a window. That's it.
No kitchen.
And no kitchen. No kitchen. And they are sold typically within the building, so that they call it either maid's quarters or staff quarters. And so they can only associate.
They got them on the Upper West Side. They got them on Central Park West.
Yeah. All of those, them co-ops, along the park and all that. But this isn't like Sutton Place or something like that. I didn't realize that they still had them and that they were a thing. I think this one was trading for about $120,000. It's crazy. But somebody will buy.
So how big in terms of square feet would something like that be?
Oh, maybe like 100.
Oh, okay. So this is really good. Okay.
Well, that's like 100. I thought you was gonna say like 300. 100 square feet?
No, maybe 150. Maybe 150. Yeah.
Damn jail cell.
Yeah.
I never knew those were good.
Yeah, the old building, the old maid's quarters, staff quarters, whatever it is. I at one time going up to see a place in the Dakota, over on 72nd, and on the top floor is where they have their old maid's quarters that are now like 1-bedroom apartments, like quite small. But that was like the old maid's quarter. That's where like the staff was up at the top, with the slanted ceilings, like tiny windows and everything. It's pretty wild.
I have a follow-up question, real quick. With these maid's quarters and all these staff and the help things, is there a bus stop?
Brent, I would say bus stops are encouraged. That's a great question. They're encouraged, they're welcomed, and they're typically right up front or on the next block. So yes, absolutely.
That was nasty work, Britt. That was nasty work.
But that was a good follow through.
Yes, it was. It was.
I was gonna ask, in those situations, so the people that work for these families, what have you, so they what? They use the kitchen and eat with the family. How does that work?
So
Do they make their own little meal?
I don't know.
With the family. It's right. The room is just off the kitchen, though, so they can help out in the kitchen.
No, this is separate in the building.
Oh.
Yeah, this is. But I know what you're talking about, but this is separate, like a whole separate thing, almost like. Sometimes it's on the same floor, but a lot of times it's somewhere within the building, oftentimes off the first floor. So this one was different, and I think typically like they'll have like the full-time staff, but then that person may just have it as an extra place, maybe to keep stuff, maybe to stay overnight, but they don't typically live there.
Okay, like so Monday through Friday, go home.
This is yeah, it could be something like that. I think it all differs though. They're not all the same. But I've seen like the staff like what he was talking about, the staff like quarters in like an actual like building like that, and or attached to the apartment or attached to the townhouse. The downstairs, that downstairs part of the townhouse, some townhouses underneath the stoop, like that's where that's what they used to be. That's where the help would go, and that's where they would, make all the food, do all the things, and then bring everything upstairs.
Every day.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff still exists, like all the remnants of it. They just call it different things. So. But the client wanted to get rid of hers because it was just like, it's like having like a storage room in the building, and if you don't use it, like you might as well sell it, and somebody else in the building's gonna take it. But it just happens to also be a maid's quarters or a staff quarters, whatever they call it.
Now, is theirs like right next door to their apartment?
No. It's not.
Oh, I was gonna say put a doorway and you have a whole extra room and bathroom.
Oh yeah. No, that would be too easy. That would be too. No, they're just gonna sell it probably to somebody within the building who needs like the maid's quarters, but it could be for literally storage or whatever. They don't care. These people have the extra $100K lying around. They'll be like, yeah, give me an extra closet or whatever.
Right.
Although I just saw in Park Slope, there's this building that was selling apartments, but they also had extra parking spaces available to purchase. They were $250. So you better line up. As in $250K.
Wow. For just the parking?
Yeah, just the parking.
That's crazy.
It's hard to find street parking in Park Slope. That's for real.
They call it no Park Slope.
Oh, that would make sense. My friends in that area, Carroll Gardens, Park Slope, Cobble Hill, it would be like a fight just to get parking. But I think they only have to move it once a week, but...
Is that also Weeksville? I keep hearing people say, I've lived in Brooklyn forever. What is it? Where is Weeksville? Is that a new name for the whole neighborhood?
Wait, is Weeksville not near Bed-Stuy?
I don't know. It feels like they just renamed the section to Weeksville, but some people are like, nah, it's always been Weeksville. I just don't. I know Bedside, Crown Heights, Flatbush, East New York. I'm like, what's this Weeksville? And they even some people changed Brownsville to what? Ocean Hill. They start using that term now. I'm like, man, that's Brownsville.
Oh yeah, so I just looked up. Yeah, Weeksville is basically like Utica Avenue stop, like on the eastern edge of like Bed-Stuy. You know, because you know how they turned Bed-Stuy into part of it into Stuyvesant Heights.
Yeah. Well, when you say Utica Avenue A or Utica Avenue 4?
Utica Avenue A.
Oh, that's Bed-Stuy. They stopped it.
Yeah, so Weeksville is like just east of there because I had a friend who lived off of like Ralph Avenue up there near like Atlantic or something.
It's in Atlantic, yeah.
And I think that was, I think that apartment, and like, where's that? And she's like, oh yeah, Rockaway stop. I'm like, oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I get why they did that, because it is a border. It's like, it's a split between Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy. So they call it Weeksville. I get it.
Yeah, and there's some like major like historical significance as well over there. Yeah. I think there's a museum and whatnot. But yeah, but also like Bed-Stuy's really, really big in terms of size, so I can see why they wanted to put it down. They tried to do that a little bit with Harlem, but that shit didn't work.
Right. Upper Manhattan.
They tried to do the Soha thing. I don't know if you remember South Harlem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, like, nope.
Alright. TT, you want to boom it? Or you want to stay?
Yeah, we can go over to the 420 for a little bit.
Yeah, very, very short. How long it take it? All right, guys, appreciate y'all. Y'all know what it is, of course. Before we go, guys,
Thank you,
Lady, thank you. The Mars, First Lady, Patty, and everybody that came through today. We're gonna land this ship. You know what it is. We'll be back here tomorrow, God willing. Y'all be safe.
I'm taking some water when you stop. Bye.
didn't read that should a new statement.
So you always had the multi-state. Everyone pretty. I mean, I think every state used the multi-state. So you're saying the day of essays became. I mean, there was a practical exam that was the third day. You know, and you never know what you're going to get. You could have to propound interrogatories. You might have to write jury instructions. I got lucky when I did the Nevada one because it was write an opinion letter, so it was like format I was used to. But that was a third day of testing. But the second day of testing was state-specific essays. So you're saying that 40 states don't use state-specific essays anymore? Is that what happened?
So they basically did away with that being the main focus. First of all, in most places, it is a strictly 2-day process. It's not a 2, 3, 4-day testing process. It is a strictly scheduled 2-day process for your entire bar exam. And they did away with a lot of the state-based specification in order to allow the states to participate in a cleaner acceptance of a UBA. Right? So the universal bar exam that they pushed in, that's why I said in 2011, they pushed in a new formatted version in 2011, and 40 or 41 states use it. And so it's legal principles that are common across the country. There's far less focus on state-specific or local-specific.
Wait, is that separate from the state? So I'm still confused. You always had a multi-state, which was a, multiple choice day. It was a 2-part day. That was multiple choice. And then the second day was, in the old days, you typed it, you wrote it in little blue books. But it was the essay day. So are you saying the second day is also the same as 40 states have the same second day?
So now when you take a UBE, the essay portion is completely integrated.
Wow.
So when you're taking it, you're taking a single exam, right? So you have the multi-part test, but all of the essays inside of that process are the essays established for the UBE. And so you're going to get 6 essay questions, but they're going to be more generalized for legal principality over any specifics to the state that you're in, so that it can transfer across, right? And the reason they did it that way is so that it is easier for those states to accept that somebody's score is relevant in their state and therefore should be honored with reciprocity. And so they're not taking if you take a UBE process test, you are not getting much specific about your state, if anything, because you're taking a standardized test.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
States like California don't honor them. I think there's 6 or 7 states very clearly don't honor any sort of transfer. Like if you want to come to California and you took a bar somewhere else, there's a short test and course.
State-specific stuff. I mean, Nevada had 34 subjects. Obviously the test you is a roll of the dice literally as to what of the 24 you were going to get. But there's a 90% chance you were going to get a community property question. And I imagine California as well. Can you imagine getting licensed in a state that's a community property state and not learning that law? Or not being tested on that? That's just... I'm just thinking about the state-specific stuff that comes up. That's wild. I'm so out of the loop on this. It's interesting talking about it. I feel pretty dumb that I don't know all this.
No, it's good contrast from the past. Is Brent, are you in California?
I am in California.
And so have you seen the consequences of these changes, and the younger lawyers are not that impressive?
They're awful. One of the only good things for me is that I am federal, and so I don't see as many of the low performers, because let's just be honest, the low performers are not trying to engage
in federal casework or federal litigation, and they're usually going into other fields. So I don't see as much of it, but given I also teach, I see it on the teaching end. These students are not remotely comparable to students I taught 10 or 15 years ago. They're not. And the issue is they're not in terms of the preparation they come with by the time they come into law school. They're not when they get to college. We are churning out less prepared students overall. And I don't care if you are taking the highest performing students from the highest performing charter. If you went back in time and pulled the counterpart from 20 years ago, they would stomp all over these kids. They don't have the same cognition. They don't have the same memory. Frankly, they have no memory because they're not being trained to do any memorization anymore because magic devices can pull information up for them. And so they're getting to law school struggling with memorization. And that is just terrifying because they're then having to use their magic devices and using their AI cheat sheets to try to make up for the fact that they are not themselves very proficient at memorization. They're not great at recall. They're not great at things that, frankly, law school bearable and make practicing law functional. And so there's a lot of low performers, unfortunately, and they're inking their way in. And honestly, I'm going to blame the law schools on allowing professorship that should never have been allowed to be professorship. A lot of the law schools have allowed quackadoodles to teach in a way that they shouldn't, and they've also encouraged passing everybody, right? Forcing the bell curves to shift, forcing pass-fail options, forcing people through because they want to have graduation rates that match what they're expecting to have. And so you have students who, frankly, would have failed out of law school in the past, would have not sufficiently survived, that are getting kind of coddled through, and then they go and get through a bar exam that isn't as good as the ones that Abby or I took. They're just not anymore. And CBE grading is softer. And so, I mean, I haven't graded since 2018, so I can't speak to anything more recent than that.
But you know,
even then, we were having issues, and that's pre-COVID.
Don't you think also, Brent, that CRT is mandatory? The ABA, pushed that so hard. And it started in a few law schools, and it's in every law school now. So just with the CRT concepts, it's created the issues that you just spoke about. Very much so.
Basically, what Abby, you're saying that I was going to ask about this, that they used like their excuse for making everything easier was based on diversity
and on critical race theory. I mean, it started in the law schools. It's now in K through 12, but it started in the law schools, and ABA made it mandatory. So some of these issues where there's you're giving advantage where you don't have necessarily the skills come from that. I have a great article on this, Simon. I'm going to put it in the chat. And it was in the Free Press several years ago. And it's called The Takeover of the American Legal System. And it talks a lot about this. Let me find it. I'll put it in the...
So you're implying that people don't know how to think because some people like myself think that people have been fucked in the past based upon not being able to select their parents?
No, I think that you have to be trained, Stan, to think a certain way, Socratically. I mean, there's a whole process. Our first year is, as much as we're learning information on the fundamentals in torts and contracts and criminal, we are learning how to think. It's a major process. When you go in your first year of law school, go watch The Paper Chase. If you have never saw that movie, and you can understand how, what's his famous quote, where your mind is mush and they're molding it. So it's a critical part of going into the profession is learning those skills. And you can't take them lightly, and you can't take them for granted, and you can't cheat them, or you're never going to have those skills. And that's what we were talking about before you came in. Let me find the article.
while you do that, I have a question for both of you guys, Brian and Abby. Now, being a conservative in a liberal city or state, is there more demand for conservative lawyers these days? Because, like, the reaction for a conservative lawyer would be to run away from these blue cities. But then, there might actually be a need for more of them in the blue cities. I don't know. Like, that's the question I have. And then, is it when you're working a lot of federal cases, is it all court? Is it all plaintiff law, or is it a lot more other stuff?
I mean, I can answer on the blue cities. I started practicing in one of the most famous cities to practice law in, or at least what was coined as the Philadelphia lawyer. I mean, that's a pretty blue city. And I'd say the more conservative, it's also the field that you go in. I mean, was in the corporate side of the practice, and maybe that attracts more of the conservative lawyers. I don't know. Definitely was a blue city that just in for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is the majority of my early career, and frankly, my years of practice before the bench, I was a federal prosecutor, right? And I was a federal prosecutor in very blue areas. But there were a lot of conservative-minded attorneys that were in those departments then, right? That the U.S. Attorney's Office functioned differently in the 90s and the 2000s, early 2000s than it does now. There's a lot more politicking, not just in who the Attorney General is, that's always been political, and certain U.S. attorneys in certain federal districts, that was always political. It's now a very different game, and who they hire, how they hire, and what their staffing looks like is very different. And so, I spent a good early chunk of my career in New York Southern District, and at the time, the U.S. attorney was a relatively conservative individual when I got hired. Very quickly after that, politics shifted, they retired, and we got somebody who was a much more liberal-minded person. But it wasn't an era where they came in and gutted their departments and their staff to replace them with ideological clones, right? So what was taken on and what was leaned into, right? What was the tendency or the focus of that U.S. attorney in that federal district was very indicative of that person's political leanings, ideologies, and thoughts on prosecution and priorities, right? And how much they leaned into whoever the individual attorney general was at the time. But you didn't have the tendency you have now to run out everybody that doesn't match you, right? And that is very prevalent now, unfortunately, in the kind of concept of permanence that used to exist of, hey, I could choose to be an attorney in New York Southern District as a federal prosecutor for 15 years and not have to worry about the election cycles and who was going to be attorney general and therefore who was going to get to be the U.S. attorney for that particular federal district and what was that going to be downstream. We didn't really have those issues. So it's a different world now for them, and I'm watching this in who exists in those roles and in what way. We didn't have a lot of interim U.S. attorneys. You had people confirmed. You didn't have a lot of actings. You didn't have a lot of interims. You didn't have people unable to get confirmed and go past the 120-day deadline, and now they're not even able to be the acting, so they're the deputy, but they're essentially acting. It's a whole different world in terms of the amount of politics that exists, and so I could imagine, I know under the administration, they had to go looking for a lot of attorneys to hire because when he won the first time and this recent time, a significant amount of Democratic-leaning individuals who worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office left. And they said, I don't want to work for him and I don't want to work for that administration. So you had to go find conservative-minded individuals to hire because you had your workforce bleeding.
So it's very different in that regard now. The justice in federal court are interesting because Trump suffered in appointing federal judges, and then Biden broke that record, and then now Trump is breaking his own record. And so, in a matter of a 10-year period, we have filled more vacancies than were filled in 20 or 30 years before that. The judiciary is essentially full. The federal bench is essentially full. You have one more batch of people that are going to retire that are in their 60s, 70s, 80s. And then at that point, your average judge is not 70 years old anymore. They're in their 50s, they're in their 60s. And so we have a more set judiciary, unless there's some sort of giant court expansion. And we have a more political version of what the federal offices look like. And in the same way with the federal public defenders, those tend to be very heavily politically driven in terms of hiring, and you see a lot of people leave as administrations change. And so it's a very different bubble than when I started.
Interesting question that you asked, though, Simon, because the blue cities are usually the hubs of the multinational firms. I mean, if you think of where they're based, they're based out of blue cities.
Yeah, they've made a huge. I think before you guys came, I've been kind of like doing a little bit of studying of contemporary philosophy, and they are infiltrating your corporate structures and the legal courts, and it's a strategy. They came from the Marxist philosophers to attack from the inside, and we saw that with the whole DEI stuff, where it was the internal corporation leadership that was accepting all these changes as far as advertising, hiring, and all that stuff, and so when the people were protesting them, they backed down.
That's that.
That's that.
I meant Saxon.
He yelled at me for not being baptized. Now he's yelling at me for not being circumcised.
I would say that the Saxon, my bad.
Well, it's a good job, but I'm having a girl and not a boy then, isn't it?
Albania has got a witch hunt out for stuff. There is a group of, they're not Christians at all, but there is a group of, I think, somewhere in Africa, I don't know, that's all that I know, is that they actually do, like a circumcision to females. Like, they, I don't know, like I said, I don't know, I don't want to get into great detail.
Oh, the FMG.
They actually.
Yeah, in some, yeah.
Need conservative lawyers, and so that would be it. Like a lot of lawyers, I think nowadays want to avoid those places because they hear so many bad stories about them. And then you hear that they're all liberals, so then you want to avoid them even more. But if these conservative administrations do need lawyers, those places might be a good place to start and actually see demand for conservative lawyers. And so that might be something to think about for a young lawyer.
I mean, you also have a shift in if your judicial bench is leaning more conservative, like our Supreme Court currently, right? And if you are seeing the bench overall lean a particular way, where you live, right? That can be federal, or even when you're talking about your superior court judges, your state judges. When you look at that, even if you're a corporate firm full of, lefty partners, you need people who are capable of dissecting and in certain ways utilizing originalism if you're going to be in front of a judge who's going to be interpreting with originalist intent. And if you just have people who think originalism is a racist cop-out and they're not able to comprehend what the judges they're going in front of are going to be seeing, they're going to get their asses kicked. And so you are seeing firms interested in, a handful even very liberally driven firms with senior partners that are all super liberal, they understand they need to have people in their bullpen, in their tank, that are capable of abstract thought, useful, and arguing something in front of the judges they're going to go in front of, because you don't get to pick your judges. You do not get to pick your judges. You get stuck with the wheel in most states and in most cases. And so you better be capable of dissecting what is going to be, your opposition's argument in whatever type of case you're in. And if you are so indoctrinated that you go, well, originalism is stupid, well, that's fine. But if you end up in front of a judge whose starting mechanism is an originalist perspective, you better be capable or you're going to fuck your client.
Well, it's that end with the judiciary, but also if you look at the article that I put, and I sent it to you also, you see the example of David Boy's firm and these young associates refusing to work on cases. Once you see who the clients are, again, you're in a blue city, but your clients are, major energy companies or manufacturers. I mean, the clients themselves, may have a conservative bent. And, then you'll have these associates that refuse to work on their matters. Or, if you're representing like oil companies and you have, associates that are environmentalists or whatever is in their craw, that article talks about it. Like, we never could do that. No matter how distasteful the client was. I mean, you got that file on your desk, you worked on it. Like, that's just how that went down. And today you see, and that's kind of what that article deals with, it's a whole different flavor. So for the conservative lawyer, especially in the bigger firms, your clients are, especially the more significant corporate clients, you need to find lawyers that will work on those cases. When you get a chance to read, send me your thoughts after you read that. And that article is several years old. I wonder if there's been updates to it.
Well, the secondary kind of additional piece to that, Abby, is everybody in the world now has social media. Everybody in the world has forward-facing profiles. Those companies look at the information that is publicly accessible about the people that are touching their casework. So those executives are going to ask what attorneys at your firm are touching my shit. And they're going to go digging and go looking. And so you have to also be able to have people that you can put it on their desk. And not only will they cooperate, but you're not going to have backlash from a client who goes, oh, fuck no, I don't want that commie touching my file. I don't want them seeing our proprietary information. I don't fucking trust that person or their judgment. And there are instances where firms are running into that. Because like you said, you can be able to still these corporate entities that are hiring the same major firms or hiring out for secondary consulting, and your firm needs people to work on things. And if you just hire a bunch of people that are so, hey, that wasn't allowable, you worked on what was there.
I mean, no way you could get away with it. And, I gave Philly as an example. The pharmaceuticals are huge there. I mean, it's like a hub of pharmaceutical companies. And those are your clients. So you can't walk away from it.
This is all very fascinating.
Salmon, I'm remembering something way, way back, and I went to work in a firm in Atlantic City, and they represented the Miss America pageant. And I was like someone coming out of the generation that we were like anti-pageant then. So I was like, it really bothered me that I had to work on the Miss America pageant file just because I was sort of, I found it distasteful, but like I had no choice. I had to work on that. And I had to do contract work for them, different appearance contracts and things like that. But like that's a minor example of this. I mean, that article talks about other things that starts off with the Harvey Weinstein case, but not that they're compatible, but I do remember that specifically. And There was no way I'd lose my job if I said I wasn't working on it.
I mean, you have AUSAs, and this is hilarious to me. You have assistant U.S. attorneys that are telling the U.S. attorney in their federal district, "Oh, I can't touch that. I have a moral aversion to that. I have this personal value system issue with that." And it makes me laugh because I never would have even thought to try to do that back in the day. You have what you have. You have the cases you have. The shit that comes that you're told to prosecute, you prosecute. Right? Who the fuck are you? You're a low man on the totem pole cog. You're an assistant U.S. attorney. You know, you're a staff attorney. You do what's in front of you. They are now coming out of law school with this weird entitlement piece of, well, I'm not going to touch these things I don't want to touch. Okay. Now, that's creating an opportunity for kind of like what was mentioned earlier in this room. If you are willing to be a grinder and you are willing to have that work ethic and you are willing to just do the goddamn job without your feelings, you're going to thrive and you're going to get promoted and you're going to have fantastic opportunity, because there's a lot of I don't want to do that that's existing now that never existed before, and it's really weird to watch.
Yeah, but isn't AI just going to eliminate those people that are too snobby? Yeah, if the firms have to downsize or right size.
AI is definitely a change in the profession, Stan. For sure, AI is going to change things. I don't know how. I don't know if we know the answer yet on how much it's going to change things. But I mean, research-wise, and just with basic writing, it's changed already.
Well, we're already having, and it's fringe cases. I'm not saying this is happening all the time, but you know, there was a case very recently in California